Now we're live. Hello, everyone. Oh, it's so good to be live again because I haven't been live in 12 hours? No, I was live this morning on Mel's channel. Mel is joining us in half an hour. It's early Monday morning for her, and she needs a little bit more time to get up and get ready. But yeah, I'm so glad to have you here, Steph, Mo. I'm just going to quickly run through what we're doing for people who haven't been doing this before, who might be completely new to this. And then maybe you can introduce yourselves and then share what you are reading. So, what are we doing today? We're doing live reading sprints, which is kind of similar to the Pomodoro approach to doing things. We're going to set a timer and read for a set amount of time, and then we're going to come back and chat a little, take a little break, and then we're going to go back and silently each reading their own thing for a set amount of time. And if you want to do something else, like do your homework or your chores during that time, that is absolutely fine as well. So just use the time productively. And yeah, I love this on a Sunday evening. So why don't we just go this way and you introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Steph from the channel Steph's Book World. I just started my YouTube channel not too long ago. I do all types of videos. I read all types of books. So if that's something that you're interested in, that is what I do. Today, I'm going to be maybe watching a little Netflix and reading as well. So the book that I am going to read for today's sprints is the Puffin and Bloom edition of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. And I've never read Alice's Adventures in Wonderland before, so I'm very excited to do that today.
Looks like a beautiful edition.
Yeah, very nice. It's like illustrated inside as well. Like it's got really nice illustrations as well.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, so I'm excited for that.
Cool. Hey everyone, I'm Paperback Mo. We've just had the time change today, and it's completely messed me up. And I just woke up from a nap a couple of hours ago, which is why I don't know what I'm doing. And then I was like, oh my God, I need to be on live. So I hadn't even eaten yet. So I've just eaten. So yeah, bear with me today. But today I'm reading Black Book by Matteo Ascaripo. Probably said that wrong. I think it's got on the back, sales is as American as slavery and America is long overdue a new salesman. I think it's about a black man who works in a Starbucks, and then he finds himself rising through the ranks or something like that. Other than that, I don't really know much about it. So I'm interested to know what's going on in here.
I'm really excited to hear your thoughts on this. This is fits perfectly into my reading taste lately. So if you like it, I'm definitely going to buy it. Cool. So what is everybody else reading in the chat? I'll just share what I'm reading and then we'll go through some comments before we go into our first sprint. Oh, and by the way, what length of sprint do you in the chat prefer? Share that with us. So I'm first going to read a chapter in Lead from the Outside, how to build your future and make real changes. This is basically about minority leaders. So everything that's considered a minority and the way to how you can become a leader, how the struggles you might have to get through, but also how to master them maybe a little bit better. And so far it's really interesting, and each chapter has like a little exercise at the end that I'm actually doing, so it's really, really interesting. That's why it's taking me a little bit longer too. So I'm just going to read one chapter and then let that sit. And I have been working on the Dragon Republic, which is the second in the Poppy Wars series, and I'm loving it. And I think that's what I'm trying to get a good chunk done today. All right, so John is here from Australia, 6 a.m. I would not be able to wake up at 6 a.m. for a reading sprint, so I'm very appreciative that you're here. the chat just jumped. Hi, Kara. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I hope Steph, Mo, you're doing. I mean, we know that Mo is still a little bit.
I'm just like catching up on my notifications. And like, I don't even know what day it is.
Hi, Anna, and Connor giving us a moo. So this is referring to the live reading sprints that we had this morning, and I love that you are so confused, Mo. Because this is actually relating to the time change and how I think it was Iceland. They are not changing to daylight saving because it's going to confuse the cows. So
yeah, it's confused me too.
Connor, I hope you have heard good things about it. I'm really interested in it now. On page 148 in Siege and Storm. Nice. We're gonna get some reading done in that one. I wish I was reading, but I have to do pre-calculus homework. I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but still, doing homework with us is way more fun than doing it alone. And at least then you're done, and then you can read. Hi, Jocelyn. Good to see you. 45-minute sprints are your favorite. Yeah, I like 45 minutes too. Except when I'm really tired, then it's hard to stay awake at the end of a 45-minute sprint. Finished Shadow and Bone today. Nice. I unfortunately didn't enjoy that much. That I am sorry for. Tonight I want to finish Raybear. Only 6 chapters left. Good. Well, I'm sorry you didn't enjoy Shadow and Bone. I hope that you enjoy Raybearer, though. You can't like all the books, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be reading 14th Deadly Sin and finishing that off tonight. Yes, I love when people are finishing books on sprints. It feels so wholesome. I don't know. Carola's 30 to 35. I feel you, Mo. I hate time change. Ours was a few weeks ago, and I still feel the effects. Wow, that's long. 30 is nice. Yeah. Mo, I feel you. See, everybody's can relate. It's only 1 hour, but I feel so weird today. Totally tired, and my head feels like it's in a cloud. But I was looking forward to the sprint for days, and I want to read with y'all. Oh, that's nice. This year, and I think I shared this this morning. Usually, the time change isn't that big of a deal for me, but I can totally relate to what you're going through. But what I noticed this year is that it totally messes me up that we have the time change. Not everybody in the world has them at the same time. And I work in a global team with people in the US, people in Europe. And if you have standing meetings every week at a set amount of time, like at a set time, and one meeting is set up by somebody in the US, it'll change when they're changing time zones, but you don't. And then if you have some meeting right before, right after, you can actually all of a sudden be double booked because of like time zone mess. And it's so, like that messed with me for like 2 weeks. For me, Rayber is only a 2 to 3 star at the moment. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Hoping the ending will blow me away. That sucks. I hope you read something better soon. Any of you
Let
have
us
read?
know how Raybearer goes, because that's something that I wanted to read as well. So yeah, let us know.
So what should we go for? We have one vote for 45 minutes, and then we have a couple of 30, 35 minutes.
I think 45 might be a little bit too long for me right now.
Okay.
30, 35 is okay.
Cool. Then let's do a 30. Hi. I'm reading this right now. Do you guys want to just hold on to your reading? I just haven't fallen in love with the characters. Yeah, that happens. 30 minutes. Okay. There have been a few chapters I loved. Okay. Well, fingers crossed that something.
Yeah.
Will. 9 p.m. here, and I'm actually considering having to have coffee, which still has some coffee in it. Let's be honest. I don't know whether that's a good idea. We can tell you what to do. I don't know how you react to coffee and caffeine, and if you might be able to sleep or not. Another question about what's
I'll show you the back because I don't actually, apart from a black man working in, I say Starbucks, but it might just be a coffee shop and rising through the ranks. I don't really know what it's about, but that cover, obviously, I'm a complete reading it because of the cover, and yeah, and the spine as well.
It's beautiful.
It's so awesome, and it's got these like little bits in it, and this always happens when I'm on camera because I can't ever find anything. But there's loads of like bits that are kind of like set out from the text, and I think that just makes it easier for me to read. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
Are you just starting that one?
I'm
today?
just starting it. Yeah, I'm not, and it's got like
Cool
bits,
Yeah,
sections.
I'm really interested in like I love that we're going to be part of your journey starting this now. All right, let me get the timer up so that we can start our reading sprint. I'm really trying to get better at prioritizing sprints over chatting. Yes, it does look interesting. And the question is it a non-fiction?
Yes, it is a non-fiction. I was going to say no, it isn't. It's a fiction, work of fiction. Let me wake up.
And Mo, another question. Is that an empty bookcase?
It is. So basically, these shelves behind me are kind of like just in between these two walls because that's a chimney there. And so I've got this whole space which I'm going to turn into like a book wall. But I mean, I'm getting inspiration right now from your bookcase behind you. That just looks so awesome. Are they like loads of skinny ones?
They're just a little bit of everything, to be honest. I looked at like, because I have an actual shelf in front of me, that's built into the wall. So I just looked and I was like, okay, what's red? What's purple? What's blue? And I just like put it on. So I didn't really give too much thought to it, but I think soon I'll do like a reorganization to get all the tones to flow a little bit more.
Yeah. So yeah, I've only got about 100 books there, I think, and that's obviously not even going to make a dent in that. But it's nice to kind of, I can buy guilt free, and I can be like, oh yeah, I need to fill my shelves up. So
enjoy it while it lasts. It won't last long, I have a feeling.
Let's see if it gets me to the end of the year.
And I was saying, I want that much space for books. So jealous. Yeah, I think a lot of people can relate, and I think a lot of people want Steph's bookshelf and her organization. It looks beautiful.
Thank you.
See, I love the color coordination of the shelf. All right. Okay, the timer is up. So let's just get started and get some reading done. See you in 30. Happy reading. And we're back. So how did you guys do?
So I was able to read 36 pages, but keep in mind that there are some pages that are just pictures. So, but yeah, page 36.
That's good.
Cool.
How about
Do you
you?
know how much I read? I didn't get a lot of reading done. I read like 2 lines in the half an hour. I was getting ready to read. I read the first line, which is really cool, by the way, because it's just like, you know, the little quotey bit that you get. And it just says, to all of those who have ever been made to feel less than, I see you. So that's kind of got me a little bit intrigued. And then I thought, I haven't got anything to drink. So I went in the kitchen, got myself a glass of water, put it down. And for those eagle-eyed amongst you, you'll know that I've changed because I was feeling uncomfortable in my sweatshirt. So I wanted something a bit looser. So I went upstairs, got changed, came back, and then I kicked my glass of water. So that went all over the carpet. And I've got my laptop plugged into like an extension cable at the minute, because of where I'm sat, and luckily it spilt the other way, so it didn't go towards that. Yeah, so I've just sat down, and then I finished reading a book today, and I wanted to put it on my Goodreads because otherwise I get really muddled up. Not put a review on, just kind of mark it as read. So I was doing that, and then I got into like a Goodreads rabbit hole thing, and I just kept doing. And then I saw that people had recommended me books, and some people had recommended me like cookbooks, which on Goodreads, which I mean, I don't even think I probably own like 2 cookbooks that I've not actually read. But yeah, so I was just going through all of that, doing a bit of tidying up. But yeah, so you guys are gonna have to stick around to find out for the next reading sprint to find out what this is actually like.
Way to hold the suspension there. Well, I don't know. You sound so like stressed out today. I hope that it calms down now and you can settle down and
Yeah.
done. Yeah, I just finished my one chapter that I wanted to read. It's all about mentorship and the different types of mentorship that there are, and the important aspect that the work is on the mentee, because a lot of people go into a mentorship being like, hey, can you be my mentor, as if there's like this magical mentor book out there, and they just have to ask for a mentor and then everything is laid out for them. But that you actually as a mentee have to come with a very clear expectation, a very clear what do I want to get out of this, and formulate this towards the person you want to be mentored by, saying I want like this and this and this, I want advice on this, etc. And that actually getting the time with the mentor and getting feedback and everything, it's like on the mentee to initiate. The mentor is more of the passive advisor role, and but not the person initiating, and like it's not a parent who's running after you and being like, hey, didn't you want to catch up? It's like your responsibility because you want to progress. It was a really good chapter, and I took some time to think about my different. So there's like the sponsor, the advisor, the situational, and the peer mentor, and I took some time to think about who that is in my life and if I'm missing any. And yeah, that was really good. Now I'm ready to get into some fiction. Let's get into some of the comments. Trinda Lara asks what expectation you have for Aurora 3 from Aurora Rising trilogy. I don't know who that is targeted at. I haven't read the trilogy yet, so I have no expectations. Either of you?
No.
I've read the first one, I think, back in 2019 or 2020, and I can't remember anything of it. I thought it was pretty Like, it wasn't a bad book. I literally can't remember anything of it. I think it was just kind of like middle of the road for me. So I think I'll wait until the third one is out, because I think it is a trilogy, and then I'll just kind of 1, 2, and then 3, because it wasn't terrible, but I just can't remember much.
Yeah, I just started the first one. It's literally next to me.
Oh, nice.
And I enjoyed the reading so far, but yeah, it's nothing where I would say, hey, groundbreaking, need to recommend to everybody right now.
Yeah.
But then again, I only have like read 100 pages, but so I have no expectations, and I don't know who you were asking, but I hope you got your answer. Just finished dinner. How are you all? What are you reading? Let's just hold it up again. I'm reading this one now. I just finished one here. That answers also, what are you reading for the next person? How long will you be live for? That is a very good question, because I usually try to be live for at least like 3 to 4 hours on a Sunday evening, depending on how tired I get and how everything's flowing and how far I'm in my book. I mean, I've been live for almost 9 hours once, and who knows what's happening, but we stop when we're tired, pretty much. And that means that's like for either one here. Like if I decide to stay on longer, but somebody, like if Steph or Mo wants to leave or are getting tired, or Mo ends up with his water on his laptop, um, it's flexible. So let's see. But we're going to be here for a little while. 25 pages and made tea and got snacks. You're a productive girl. Najat, are you still reading Siege and Storm? I have 19 pages left in my book. I will finish it very quickly in my next one. I read 54 pages that time.
Wow.
Wow. You are like
A
a
lot of reading.
right now, Connor. At least it was only water.
Yeah.
Finished the trilogy. I could not stop. Hi. Page 174. It's really fast paced. I will definitely finish the trilogy before the next Netflix show is out. Yeah, I feel like it's very fast paced too. It was a very quick read. It's one of those books where my reading pace was a lot quicker. Have you read it, Steph?
Yeah, I read the entire trilogy when I found out that Netflix was going to do an adaptation. I thought the first one was really, really good. The second one for me, so Siege and Storm, kind of suffers from like second book syndrome, in my opinion. So I didn't care for that one. And then I thought that the series wrapped up pretty good. I know that it's either very much loved or hated on BookTube, but I was one that actually really like enjoyed it. So.
And I think, Mo, you haven't read it, right? I
No.
remember correctly, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think it's objectively not the best piece of work in literature, but for some reason I just enjoyed it while reading.
Mhm.
And I also enjoyed the second one, even though, I mean, I think that Becca over at Becca and Books made a video about why she thinks that she might have this weird not being into YA fantasy as much. And I feel like that explains the second book syndrome as well.
Mhm.
Watched it. You should definitely check that out, because when I saw that, I was like, oh yeah, that is totally true, but I cannot repeat her theory.
Yeah.
Then I feel less like, oh, it's a second book syndrome. It's just like with the first book, we get a little very tidbit teaser, more of a closed little storyline that holds up itself. And then with the second one, we're suddenly expanding drastically into the characters, into the world, and it gets much slower paced, much more like you would see in an adult fantasy. And that just takes like, it's like putting on the brakes. um, and it just slows down. And yeah, I enjoyed all three of them, but I felt like that happened in this one as well. Aurora Rising is from Jake Christoph and Amy Kaufman. Yeah, we just weren't sure who you were asking what our expectations were because we haven't read the trilogy so far. And Jay Crystal will publish a new book, Empire of Vampire. Yeah, heard about that too. Not sure if that's going to be for me. I was into vampire stories a lot when I was like 20, but I feel like that's done. How about you guys? Are you going to be interested in a vampire story by Jay Kristoff? That's a definite no for Mo.
Not.
Yeah, I don't know either. I haven't heard of it, so this is the first time I'm hearing of it, but I'll probably watch reviews and see and then decide from there.
I'm very intrigued because Jay Kristoff so far is a very hit and miss for me. I feel like he's taking some things further than other authors that I like, but then in some series I feel like it's slacking a little bit, and my expectations might be too high. I'm like, push the boundary, be a little bit more drastic or whatever, and then he doesn't go there. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to pick it up. I don't know. Using these sprints to jump into words of radiance. Oh, nice. Good luck on that. Um, it's going to be awesome. Have you guys read Dear Justice yet? I
Is
have.
this the second? I think it's the second book to Dear Martin.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
Yeah, is it? Yeah.
I think so. As far as I can remember, yes.
Yeah. And I still need to get around to reading the first one. So no, I haven't read this one
same.
yet.
Yeah.
I'm dying to get to the Poppy War, but I'm still saving money to have the book shipped from the US. Think I will have enough at the end of April. Oh my gosh. Is it like
I don't even want to talk about the Poppy War right now because I don't know if any of you guys follow Illumicrate on Instagram or not, but they were selling their versions of the Poppy War, which are like the most beautiful versions ever. It was the entire trilogy and it's got like the nice sprayed edges. I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about, but I was trying to get on their website multiple times last week and their website just kept crashing. And then they did like a lottery and I didn't win. So I'm so bitter about it. But like, I just really want those editions, but it just didn't work out for me. But the book is phenomenal. Like I've read the first one and I can't fault the book, but I really wanted those editions, but they're like $1,000 Canadian on eBay. So like, just can't do it.
Oh my God.
It's the they have these wonderfully like sprayed edges that are like smoke, right?
Yes, they're beautiful. Like they're, and then when you take the dust jacket off, it's just, yeah,
This one, right?
they're beautiful.
Wow.
But I couldn't get them, so I'm still bitter about it.
This is the time when I'm kind of glad that I'm not a big book collector and gatherer, because I would probably be in the same shoes as you. I love the first book. I feel like similar to Jay Kristoff, it just goes to places that I didn't expect that it would go to. And it feels very real and doesn't romanticize war, but pretty much says, well, war is an awful thing, and let's be real about what war is. And that's kind of what I love about the second book as well. I am 200 pages in, and it started being like a little bit more about, well, it's not just about killing a leader. It's not like a game where you kill the end boss and then everything's hunky-dory fine. No, like what happens after war? What happens after that? And what happens? Like what are your plans? You're just gonna like kill the leader, and then what?
Yeah.
We're just going to have the same shit with a different leader. So a lot of these questions being raised, and in a very, very clear and drastic and manner where you're like, I feel like where you can't look away. And I love that about this book.
Mm-hmm.
Najat, I feel so bad that you have to save up this much and that you have to get it shipped from the US. It just sounds very expensive. And that just, I feel like that's not okay. I have to finish Fruits Basket. I'm hoping to get a chunk done today. Well, fingers crossed, Jocelyn. We're going to get you there. last 5-star book.
Ooh.
Oh,
I have to look that up.
yeah, same.
So I don't know if that's going to be true, if it's the last 5-star book. But my recent love for Octavia E. Butler is real. Like my last series that I think the last book, Clay's Arc, that I read, I just gave it 4 stars, but the whole book is the whole series is amazing. My last 5-star was Yellow Wife. Yellow Wife is my new favorite historical fiction of all time. It's amazing. It's about 1850s America from the perspective of a person who is born to a white master and a black female slave. So she is in between those these worlds and does have some privileges out of this situation. And that all changes, and she pretty much gets thrust into some of the worst parts of slavery. And it's very graphic. It should come with a gazillion content warnings, and it just takes it to a few places where I feel like a lot of other historical fictions that wasn't they never talked about it. It is written by a black author, so I don't know. It feels like there's a few topics in there, how everyday things were weaponized against slaves as well, and it's beautiful. I loved that book so much.
What was it
100%.
called again? I'm gonna add it too.
Yellow.
Yellow Wife. So, what about your last 5-star books?
So I just checked. I don't know what it is lately. I have been so critical with all of my books. I feel like when I got back into reading in 2019, I would give everything a 5-star. And I literally just looked on Goodreads and I haven't given anything a 5-star this year. Like I'm like leaving my 5 stars for the like elite all best ever. But my last 5-star I actually gave to Vicious by V.E. Schwab. I loved this book like more than I ever thought I would, and it was phenomenal. I don't know if you guys have read it, but it is so, so good.
Interesting. I've
Yeah.
read it and I was disappointed. Maybe I had the wrong expectations for it,
Yeah.
but yeah. But I see a lot of people loving it, and I understand why they do. Mo, did you?
I've not read anything by V. Schwab, and I've not even heard of that author until the hype about Adi LaRue.
Oh,
Yeah, so I literally have only just heard of them, so I need to check them out. But yeah, the last 5-star book I read, I had to check on Goodreads, was Seven Wonders. And a small plug, I've done a video on it on my YouTube channel, so check that out. So I won't say anything more about that. But I just realized I'm reading a lot of yellow books at the moment.
love it.
I don't know why.
See, my last 5-star
Yeah.
was Yellow Wife, and I feel like looking at Steph, there's predominantly a yellow color, so we do have a theme here.
For sure.
I love Dear Martin. Yeah, I need to get on that. After finishing Way of Kings, I ended up disagreeing with your opinion. I did not like Shallan, but I don't mind reading her chapters. I'm interested in what you think about her journey in the next book, her character development and everything. I'm like, share your opinions, please. Najat says, I still love vampire stories. I just started actually watching Buffy with my sister. Oh my gosh, I just finished season 4. Horrible season, took forever.
Throwback.
Yeah, I was a Buffy junkie back then, and I love for you to watch this with your sister. It sounds so amazing. I like Dear Martin. It wasn't my favorite, but in the beginning of Dear Justice, in the beginning of Dear Justice, it pretty much says you didn't have to read Dear Martin to understand. Oh, that's
Oh,
good to know.
okay.
Read one chapter. It's getting to the climax. Okay, cool. We need to get on to the next reading sprint then. Yes, the Illuminate version was wonderful. I wanted it, but it was released and sold out where I was at the gym. Oh,
Oh.
sorry. I have a locker in the US where I ship things to, and after a while, I just save up and ship it to Kuwait. Okay. So, but you can't get like English books in Kuwait, or I have no idea about Kuwait and economy and what's available and what's not. So I don't know. The locker is worth it because for the times I ship directly to Kuwait is either slightly cheaper or much more expensive. But once I got the book soaking wet and under thick, that sounds like a nightmare.
I would be so angry if that was me.
That's heartbreaking.
Wow.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god.
Sorry that happened to you. My last 5-star was Tunnel of Bones, another Schwab one. But that's partly because I'm less critical when rating middle grade. Oh, it's also by Victoria Schwab. I love her. The Shades of Magic trilogy was just perfect for me. I still haven't finished the Shades of Magic trilogy. My last 5-star was Wind and Rising. Interesting. All right, shall we get into another sprint? I think we've been chatting for a while to get some reading done. What we're here for, right? All right. See you in 30. Happy reading. And that is time. Welcome back. How did you do?
I made it to page 68. So I'm making good progress.
Nice.
I did do some reading this time.
Yeah.
I made it. I made it to page 18. It's quite. I think this is going to take me a while to read. It's not something like going to be a fast read, because I'm kind of having to take stuff in. Yeah, it's quite interesting. It's got like little snippets in it. Like I thought they were going to be quotey things, but it's actually bits where the author or the character is talking to the reader directly.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's kind of like breaking the fourth wall a little bit. So yeah, I thought that's quite interesting.
Are you
sounds
liking the
intriguing.
writing style?
Say again.
Are you liking the writing style?
Yes, I am liking the writing style. It's
Okay.
a bit because there was one bit where it's got the N word in it, and I wasn't expecting it, and I was kind of like, oh, okay, so it's going to be that kind of book. But then it was where the main character was calling himself it, and I don't know, I'm still kind of a bit wary of where this is going, but I like the story so far.
Okay.
To be fair, it's only 18 pages in. That's really hard to determine if you like the story.
Yeah.
The writing style might be something different, but the story, I think it's very hard to judge at only 18 pages. Excited to see where this is going. The Yellow Wife does have the N word a couple of times in it, but I mean that is kind of to be expected when you're very raw and real
Yeah.
about this area and era. So I felt like it was done in the right way and necessary, potentially even. In this one, that's a lot more contemporary, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think if they didn't use the word, it wouldn't have made any difference, if you know
that's
what
fair.
I mean. So they didn't have to use it, which is the only reason why I'm a bit like,
Mhm.
okay, because it doesn't really add to the story at the moment. I don't know.
Right.
Let's see. Let's see what happens.
It sounds like something where it would actually also be really interesting to talk to the author, um, just chatting about
Mm,
writing techniques and stuff. Let's see where it goes.
yeah.
I read around 20 pages. It's really good, and I just remembered that I forgot my laundry, so I did that real quick. So before that is in there until tomorrow. So that took priority. So Autumn's last 5 star was So This Is Love. That sounds like a book that I would not have read, so I don't know anything about it, but I'm glad that you liked it. Um, I can't find these books in Kuwait because of censorship laws. Oh my God, censorship laws. And the people who are making these are so stupid because I can find all of the Akotar books. Well, I think it's probably the reverse to like where the US is very critical on everything that's like sexual and stuff, but they're absolutely okay with anything violence. I know that in my country it's a little bit the reverse, although we don't have censorship much, but in some cases, like for example for TV and stuff. So here it's much more like Akotar. I haven't read them all, but when I think of it, I don't feel like there's a lot of graphic violence, but there's a lot of smut. Um, Whereas the Poppy Wars does need trigger warnings because there is very graphic war in there, and I can somehow see how a censorship might make this decision,
Mm.
but I don't want to defend any censorship. some series I can only find book 2, 5, and 6, or just book 5. That doesn't make sense at all. I mean, I do understand if you say, okay, book 1 has a topic that we are censoring because that's the law here, even though I hate that it is, then don't release the whole series because that just feels really messed up.
Yeah.
That would
Like,
drive me crazy for sure.
expect you to read book 2, but not book 1. I think they just guessed from the title or whatever. We also have Game of Thrones books. Oh, okay. Those are quite graphic in violence as well. But other than the highly worldwide popular books, I can't find it. That's so weird. Is that the Poppy Wars I would understand because there's some graphic shit in there that is different. Some classics translated in Arabic. Nice. I have a Russian version of the Shades of Magic trilogy, and all the books have been 18 plus printed on them because they are a few.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, at least you know why. I feel like the Kuwait censorship things, nobody knows why, and I hate it more than their. I mean, I hate that there's censorship in the first place, but I think saying that something is 18 plus is probably better than just completely censoring it. But still, it's so weird. Looking forward to getting Mel on here. I also remember how devastated Victoria was when Russian readers found out that the gay male character was made a woman in the series without Victoria's consent to keep the LGBT plus out. I'm shocked. They just took
But can they do that without her permission?
I mean, it looks
I mean,
like they.
obviously, yeah.
I'm shocked.
Wow.
They must have completely rewritten some parts.
Mm.
That's insane.
It has been translated properly since. My editions should have the proper translation. That's why the 18 plus was added to the cover. I'm shocked. Anna, you shocked me. Just that read the best, most exciting chapter of the book, getting better. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. Jocelyn did 38 pages. Nice. I love when people read so quickly. It's I mean, I love to see any reading done. But seeing somebody get 38 pages done in 30 minutes is just amazing. So, Mo, you just started this book. Steph, how much longer do you think you will be reading this one? I'm not sure if I.
It's pretty short. Like, I probably have another 100-ish pages to go. So probably another couple sprints, I'd be done.
Do you already have plans for after that?
So I just filmed my April TBR, so I'm gonna try to take something off of that. But
Ooh.
I'm gonna have to do a little research to see which ones I can get on audiobook and then which ones I'll have to read physically, and then I'll just pick one that I have to read physically. But yeah.
So you're done with your March TBR?
Yeah, I finished. So my March TBR was only 5 books. I don't know. Like, I put it low because I also had Melanie's Spring into Reading-a-thon that I was going to do. So I only did 5 books for my March TBR, and I probably finished that within like the first week of March. Like, I listen to audiobooks like every single thing that I do in my life. I listen to an audiobook. So I get through books very, very quickly. So yeah, like that was it for my March TBR. And then, so for my April, I decided to do 7, but I'll probably be done that very shortly too. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's nice. Did you always have the ability to just do everything with audiobook? And are you like, can you get into all the books immediately, like without a problem?
So, When I first started listening to audiobooks, I would listen to them at like their regular speed, and I could only listen to them when I was driving for some reason. That I just was able to process what was happening. And then as I listened to more audiobooks, I was able to listen to them faster. So right now I can listen depending on the narrator, because that's a huge thing. But for the most part, I can listen to them at 3 times speed, which also helps me get through books very, very quickly. There's certain books, especially like adult fantasy, even YA fantasy, if I'm listening to it on audiobook, I have to really, really pay attention. Like that, I can pretty much only read it like on audio with the physical book in front of me,
Yeah.
because it's just so complex, and the characters and the magic system and everything like that. But no, so like I can't listen to audiobooks if I'm like walking my dogs for some reason, because I need to like focus on them. I don't focus on the book. So I'm trying to get better at that, but for the most part, I've always just been able to listen to audiobooks doing whatever. It's just that I've increased the speed in which I can listen to them over time.
What about you, Mo? Do you use
I
audiobooks?
can't do audiobooks. I need to try it though. And I think the only place that I would listen to audiobooks is if I was driving to work. But my drive to work is like 10 minutes. So it's not enough time for me to kind of get thinking in the story. And I guess you don't really want to focus on a story while you're driving. But yeah, I just can't get into listening to anything while I'm reading. I think I might, if I get an audio book and of a physical book that I'm going to read, and then kind of do it at the same time and trying to get into it that way, that might kind of ease me. I want to try it, just because I've never done it before, and I want to see what it's all about. Because I'm kind of feeling a bit negative towards it. Like I think I'm not going to like it, but I've not actually tried it. So I do want to try it before having like a proper opinion on it. But yeah, I've never really, even when I'm like reading a book, it has to be silent in the background. I can't have it any music or background noise or anything, which is weird because if I'm reading at work or in a public place or anything, then there can be loads of stuff going on around me and noise, and I can still read fine. But when I'm at home, it has to be silent. I don't know why.
I don't think you're the only person who feels that way. So it's all good. I like music by now, but that has changed over time. In the beginning, I needed it to be silent as well. But more and more, I liked to have music in the background, because it kind of cancels out little noises that just come up. And that could be a sheep from the neighbor suddenly going crazy, or my son's headset falling to the ground, or these little noises that you, if it's completely silent, they just get me out of the book like immediately. So having music on helps me a lot to kind of cancel that out. I was always able to listen to audiobooks while driving. I think driving is a very interesting activity because we are, I think, where did I hear that? I think it was in one of, I actually watched this on YouTube where somebody was explaining multiple personalities, and where you're disassociating with something. And they explained that every person has the tendency to be able to do that, but people with multiple personalities just go an extreme way. And the transformation is similar to like this disassociating, but most people actually have this like a very slight entry level disassociation when they are driving. If you have ever had the situation when you don't remember how you got somewhere when driving, when you completely miss some parts, because for some reason it's such an automated thing that we are suddenly somewhere completely else in our head. It was really interesting. I think it was Dissociate ID or something, on her channel. Totally recommend her. And yeah, and so I think that's why people can listen to audiobook well there because they can't do physically anything else, but they
Yeah.
are also in this state of wanting to go somewhere else with their head.
Yeah,
If you only have
it makes sense. It makes sense because sometimes when you're driving, I don't know if this happens to anyone else or if it's alarming or not, but like I'll drive through a set of traffic lights and then I'll be driving along and I'll be like, was it green when I went when I went through the traffic lights? Like, and then I think no, it must have been green because I would have stopped otherwise. But yeah, I don't remember
yeah,
that happening. So
yeah,
yeah.
and yeah, that's the disassociating. And if I find that video, I'm going to link it to you. And I do have to, I just noticed that I called dissociate ID a she, although it's multiple personalities, so they're obviously
Oh,
them, but I call them she because the person who started and was mainly hosting the channel is a female identifying person, and that's why I called them she. But it's actually, I think by now, all the like not all of the personalities, but some of the personalities had videos and stuff. Very interesting. I found it very intriguing and interesting to learn more about this, and to see her educate. It was really interesting. Yeah, so if you only have 10 minutes and you want to get into it, maybe you can find a book that doesn't have like a big storyline or a complex world, more of something that has very short stories, or like something fun, that is, I don't know. I was, for example, listening to an audiobook that had 5 to 10 minute stories that was written from a person who was working for the court, in family law, and she was talking about stories. Hi, Mel.
Hello.
Of her experience with some of the families and just fun experiences, and those were like little tidbits, and those were like 5 to 10 minute ones, and they were hilarious. But I think this is the type of thing that you could easily start with, because later, if you can add these 10 minutes on your way to and from work, that's an extra 10 or 20 minutes reading every single day. Hi, Mel.
Hi, sorry
Hey.
I'm late. I really
No
have no excuse. I just got up late.
Well, I think that's a very good excuse. Getting up late is, I mean, I hope you had enough sleep now.
Yes, I've had enough sleep. I'm all good.
Is it Mel? Is it Sunday morning for you guys or
No, Monday morning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock on Monday morning.
Well, I don't even know what day it is. So
And hi, Steph. I don't think I've actually met you before.
No, we
Nice
haven't. Hi,
to
Mel.
see you. Hello.
So, are you going to read something, Mel, or are you still
Yes.
waking?
No, I have Frost Heart here to read, which it's my last book on my TBR for the month. So I'm excited to get into it. So
is that
Frost
middle
Heart
grade
too.
now?
Yeah, it's middle grade, and there's actually like quite a few little
Oh,
illustrations and stuff. It's really sweet. So it shouldn't take
is it
me.
a first in a series?
Sorry,
Is it a first book in the series?
this is the second one.
What's the first one called? I
The
feel like I've
first
heard of
one-
it.
The first one's just called Frost Heart. This is Frost Heart Escape from Aurora.
Oh, okay.
It looks really similar, but it's blue. I've got it over there. I could go and get it, but it's it looks pretty much the same though, but it's a blue cover.
Mel just literally had that is too much effort for 8 a.m. in the morning.
Exactly. This is how. Oh, she's actually not. She's a bit more awake. This is how I was not long ago. That's her favorite spot at the moment. She's like always there. Except for last night when she apparently was not.
But Mel, while you were not here yet, we did have one moo cow comment, and I briefly tried to explain to Mo and Steph what that was all about.
Very silly. Very silly. We had the weirdest conversations last night. I don't know.
Yeah,
And
I
it
don't
was
know. sorry, I don't know how we got from serial killers to cows. It's
No,
like,
it was something to do with, we were talking about it being daylight savings and the changes of dates, and something, it just sort of snowballed from there. I'm not really sure, but anyway, it was very silly. And Ellie and I had an excuse because it was like 9 o'clock at this point for us, 9 o'clock at night, but the others didn't really have an excuse.
wait. We had just gotten up, right? So
Okay.
I feel like,
All right.
I feel like I'm much better in the evening than in the morning. So me in the morning is my worst me. I feel like that's an excuse. And by the way, it
Fair
is
enough.
almost 11 p.m. here now. So
Yeah, right.
Did you guys have a time change? Because if we've gone 1 hour forward, I thought we would have caught
yeah,
up
the
to
same
you.
weekend, I think.
We don't go back until next weekend.
Oh, so confusing.
Yeah, I'm so ready for this to be over and everybody be in their time.
In
Yeah.
the same time, just a global time. Everyone will be really confused though, because it will be like dark, and we're like, but it says it's 11 o'clock in the morning. How?
To be fair, I never was able to wrap my head around people in Australia having Christmas in summer, and I was like, that does not compute in my head, but you got used to it somehow by not knowing, like by being raised and there.
We didn't get used to it. It was just that's what
Yeah,
it was.
that's just, and I think if we had like a global time, that would happen at some point too, but you would still, yeah. I mean, I would still say, okay, let's meet at 11 a.m. And you would be like, but 11 a.m. is like
The middle of the night.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the night. It might actually make it worse because now I can relate to when you say, but that is 11 p.m. for me. I'm like, oh, that's late. But if it would all be 11 a.m., I think I would lose the ability to relate.
No, I don't think it would work. Definitely not. It would be too confusing and weird. And then you couldn't have those fun conversations like, well, what time is it for you?
But you could have fun conversations about how high is the sun for you, or
That's true. That's true.
well, back to your conversations, I guess. Jocelyn just mentioned that she always suggests people start by listening to high action, fast-paced audiobooks. Jocelyn, do you have a specific recommendation for Mo? Keeping in mind,
I wouldn't be able to keep up.
yeah, and keeping in mind that Mo only has 10 minutes on his way to work. So what high action, fast paced can you listen to 10 minutes and then actually being able to stop because you have to go to work and only being able to continue for another 10 minutes? Like,
I can't be late.
9-10 hours later. Just came back. Mom needed me. Well, good that you're back. I agree with Christmas and summer. I have enough of a problem when I haven't seen any snow by Christmas. Yeah, I just also, it's so weird to the whole thing with if that summer isn't August, for me it's like August and summer, it's so relatable. Like you can't tell me summer is December. That just doesn't work in my brain.
Yeah, well, I used to always read like these, books based in America or the UK or whatever when I was a kid, and I never really understood. Like I always, whenever they talked about the long summer holidays, I always just inserted Christmas and in my head, and just that's how it was. I never kind of figured out that it was June. Like it always just kind of translated it to myself. Which I think there's another person who just commented about having big summer break for students over Christmas. We do. We have the summer break usually starts just before Christmas, like a few days before Christmas, and then it goes for 6 weeks so you have all of January, and then you start again in February.
That's quite nice, actually.
Yeah, it is really nice. So Christmas kind of feels like, and it's the end of the school year, so like the end of the actual year and the end of the school year are the same. And Christmas feels, I mean, not that Christmas isn't special anyway, but Christmas feels a bit more special in that way because you're going into the summer, big long holidays, and it's like, oh, we can all just relax. It's
So nice.
Christmas is coming. Whew, it's a big holiday. So yeah.
It's so weird that this seems more foreign and strange to me than things that would potentially be considered much further from my culture, like Oriental cultures or Asian cultures. But that's what feels really, really strange to me.
I'm sorry. I'm actually just getting a phone call, which I actually really have to take. So I'll be back in a minute.
It's like having to wear sunglasses at 9 p.m. in Alaska. Yeah. Well, I don't know how it is for probably for Mo. It's similar for you, but in summer, and I don't know about you, Steph, but like in summertime, it doesn't get dark before like 10, 11 p.m.
Yeah, I think the latest it goes to here is about 9:30.
Oh, okay.
9:30. Yeah, like before 10.
Well, now I'm intrigued. Where's my phone? Does that mean you are closer to the equator than I am?
I don't think so.
I don't think it has to do with the equator. Because I thought that the equator was for like the climate.
Yeah, you're right, because time zones are vertical.
Time zones are like this.
Yeah, not.
Yes,
Yeah.
time zones are like this, but what I mean is the amount of time that it stays light is the closer you are to the poles, the longer
Okay.
light, and the closer you're to the equator, the more you don't have a change. Like if you're the closer you're to the poles, you have really long days of light in one season, and then really long days of night, even no light at all for months in another season. And when you get to the equator, you have like very little change, if any. So if it gets dark for you sooner than it does for me, you should be closer to the equator.
I don't think I am, but then my geography is really bad, so.
I think everybody's geography is bad when it comes to this because the way that we know the world map is actually a little bit wonky and off. I always felt like, as somebody who is in Germany, that we would be somewhere at the same level of some areas in the US, but it's actually much more at the same level of Canada.
Oh.
And it's really, it's actually really surprisingly when you actually look at how. Wait, what is it? Longitude? What are the
Latitude and longitude.
So the latitude is the one that tells you where you are in comparison to the equator. So let's see. Latitude for Germany. So this says 51.16. And the United States is 37. Although, I mean, it's probably would be easier to look at not a country, but a city. So is everybody looking up their latitude now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm at 51.22.
Oh, I'm at 52.
So we are quite
Similar.
Now, is 52 means you're a little bit higher, just a tiny bit.
Mine says 43.65 north, but that's specifically Toronto.
Uh-huh. Okay, now I need to. Does that mean?
No,
Because
0 is at the equator, is what it's saying.
Is-
And then it goes 90 to the top and 90 to the bottom.
So you are closer to the equator than I am.
Mm. So that makes sense.
But that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I in my mind, the UK is further to the north than Germany.
Yeah. Same.
And it's crazy to think that you're closer to the
Mm.
equator than I am. It's just another thing that does not compute in my
Yeah.
brain. And what did you say, Steph? You are 40.
43 it says.
So a little. You're a
Lower.
good
Yeah.
higher.
Because Ontario like starts
Oh.
up high and then it kind of like dips down into like the tail end of it. And Toronto is like at the tail end of Ontario, basically.
But that means that we're probably even more towards the middle of Canada, right? We're the same latitude.
You guys are probably what I would consider north of Canada because I'm very, very south Canada.
It's so crazy. So welcome back, Mel. We're talking about latitude and where we are in the world. And Anna is shook because Halloween in spring. Yeah, same. I would have my birthday break, birthday during summer break. That's it. Yep. I think there's more reasons even to consider a move. I mean, I think a lot of things in Australia sound like a nice place to be.
Yeah, we do all right.
I listened to it and it was amazing. I also like The Girl Who Drank the Moon.
I haven't read either of those, but I'll check them out on Goodreads. And I love the title of The Girl Who Drank the Moon. That sounds like something that I would read.
It sounds like I'm assuming these are audiobook recommendations. I think it has more to do with the fact that we have a different time zone to Germany, although we are so close. So when it's 10:30 here and still not dark, it's 9:30 in the UK and about as bright. Yeah, you're right. There is a time zone difference, but also, as we just discovered, Mo is further to the south than I am. And I'm not at the top, like I'm not at the north of Germany. I'm northish, but not completely at the north. And Najat is 29.
So that's even more closer to the equator, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
So, is Mel? Do you have like a negative number for the latitude then? Right.
I just looked it up. No, we don't. It changes. So because the equator is 0, it changes and it starts again. So we are actually. I'm in Tasmania, and we're actually 42 as well. So
that's
we're
north.
south. Yeah. So we're as close to the south, the Antarctic, as you are to Steph, as you are to the Arctic. But I think it also depends. I'm assuming we were talking about like temperatures and stuff as well. But it also depends on like how landlocked you are and stuff. So because Tassie is quite similar to the UK in the sense that it's quite a small island, it's much more temperate than somewhere like Ontario would be because you're more landlocked and.
I haven't thought about that at all. We came to this discussion through the amount of time that it is light outside.
Okay. Yep.
Getting dark and having a drastic change versus having little to no change at the equator. With the highest number, you would get the most drastic changes.
Like a longer twilight. Yeah. Like I think I said something about this on the lives last night because in Queensland it's so much further north which is closer to the equator for us. So they go basically, they don't have almost any twilight. And so it's like it'll be 6 in the evening and it'll be quite light, and then it'll be 7 in the evening and it'll be dark. Whereas for us in Tassie, we have really, especially in summer, we have really long twilights.
Yeah. What I was fascinated by, and that again comes down to the way that you're raised, and it never occurred to me that people in different areas in the world have a different amount of change when it comes to that. I felt like, okay, maybe in some other countries the change happens differently, but when I met my ex-husband, and he's from Oregon, so much closer to the equator, and he was so weirded out by the difference between winter and summer, and how early it got dark in winter and how long it got dark in summer. He said he is not used to this drastic changes, maybe a couple of hours, but not like in winter it gets dark at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
and in summer it gets dark at like 11 p.m. That was crazy for him. And it never occurred to me that people don't have that. Same as seasons. It never occurred to me that there's places in the world where you don't have seasons.
Yeah, like there's places that just kind of have the dry season and the wet season. That's their season. They don't have spring, and then it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah. I love the light and warm evenings. That's the best thing about summer. Yeah. I love when it was really warm and you can still feel the heat radiating from Earth, but the air is already cooling down. So it is still warmish, but it's also fresh in a way. I love that. But you also don't get that everywhere in the world. Mel's like,
wow.
in Iceland, you only
3 hours of
hours of
light.
light. But yeah, that's
God.
Wow. That would break my brain.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mine is 34.31. And there we have a negative number. So the
Oh, that must be longitude.
yeah, that one has negative. Interesting.
Yeah, that's odd.
Thanks to Google, I found out that England's longest day is about 14 hours long and Germany's is 16 hours long. Thank you, Google.
Yes. Thanks, Google.
But then, I mean, as I said, I also live not in the north. There's more north here. But there's a lot more south here. So interesting. In Michigan, it's winter.
That's Toronto. That is Toronto. Let me tell you.
That's so funny.
I love this. I love it so much. Shall we get reading again? On that note.
Sounds good.
Very constructive discussions too. Like I've learned so much on this one already. By Germany I mean Berlin. Okay. All right. So I'm putting up the timer again. So happy reading. See you in 30. And we're back. How did everybody do?
Very good. I read 41 pages,
Wow.
Wow.
which is pretty great for me.
It
Because,
is.
like we said, they're very it's middle grade, so it's easy to read, and there are illustrations on like every second page.
Yeah, I made it to page 92, so I have less than 100 pages to go.
What are you reading, Steph?
I'm reading the Puffin and Bloom edition of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, and it's the same thing like your book. Like there's some pages have illustrations. Like this was literally the page I just read. So like pretty quick.
Cool. I love those Puffin editions. They're beautiful.
They are very, very nice. Yeah.
Mo?
I read up to page 34. So about 16 pages.
Nice.
What are you reading, Mo?
I'm reading Black Book.
Oh, never heard of
Yeah,
it.
it's a newish one.
What kind of book is it?
It's basically this black guy who's working in a coffee shop, but I find it so hard to describe books without spoiling it. Because I don't know what's considered a spoiler to some people isn't considered a spoiler to other people. But yeah, it's so far it's done in quite a good way, but it's I can see that this is basically going to be a book about a black person trying to work their way up in like a white man's world, basically. But
Sounds
yeah,
very interesting.
I do enjoy the writing style. So
Cool.
That sounds a lot more confident than last time when you were asked about writing style.
yeah. Yeah, it's quite funny in places as well, but it's not kind of laugh out loud funny. It's kind of like, oh, I see why that's funny.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Love that. I got another 26 pages done, and I'm loving it. I just feel like towards the end, I was contemplating if I wanted to pick up this one instead, simply because I feel like my reading pace in this one is slower, and I don't feel that accomplished yet today in terms of my page count, and I feel like I need to get some pages done. I know it's weird and it shouldn't be something that I measure myself by, but it's just a sense of accomplishment when you work towards a goal, and that's the only reason why I'm considering picking this up, to get something a little
through.
quicker. Yeah, just to get some accomplishment. So yeah, I don't know. I'm contemplating doing that. I don't know if I should. Both books are fun, so
Well, it sometimes helps to get a change of pace anyway, just to refresh the brain. Sorry, I just need to point out to you this ridiculous cat.
Ah.
Aww.
And then something's going on. The peanut's like, "What's happening?"
like, what's the head of this cat, and how like, it's like what? But they look like they are chilling in the sun, and I am so jealous of that. I'm so ready for winter to be over and to get some sunshine, and tomorrow seems to be the day.
Yeah, we're just chilling in the sun.
Loving
The
that.
third one's down on the floor, watching us. Like, what are you doing?
It's pouring rain where I am, so I'm jealous that it's sunny there.
Aw.
No, another thing that I found just had to think about is that I think Toronto is much more on the same longitude as Venice, Italy, which feels so off to me, especially because I consider Venice, Italy to be more southern Mediterranean, and Toronto more like the raw nature, northern nature kind of thing. It just blows my mind.
We definitely get our fair share of snow and cold weather.
So weird. I remember when I was studying in the UK, fasting for Ramadan was awful. Oh my gosh, I can imagine. Because from sunrise to sunset, and when it was in the summer, and the sunrise is at 2:30 a.m. to sunset.
Yeah. Oh, that must have been terrible.
Yeah, I've actually got that coming up. I'm going to be fasting. Well, Ramadan's like in 2 or 3 weeks. And I think the time right now is like 3 o'clock till 8:30.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, that's going to be fun.
I don't know how you can do it. That must be so hard.
Do you know what? It's difficult for about well, this is for me anyway. It's difficult for about 3 or 4 days, and then you just kind of get used to it.
Yeah.
Because it's not like you can't eat for the whole day. You kind of just switch. So where you're normally eating in the day and then you go to sleep at night, you kind of just eat at night, and you kind of have naps and rest in the day. So you kind of just switch it around. So it's not actually as bad as it sounds, but it does take a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, just your brain needs to kind of catch up with, yeah.
Kind of gets me about this the most is the not being able to drink water either, especially during summer, during the day.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be the thing that I would be struggling with the most. And I mean, you just said you switch it around, you have naps during the day. If you have a normal day of work, it's not that easy to do that.
Yeah.
And you have like you work all day and you can't drink water in the summer. It's like, I can't do that.
That would be really hard.
Yeah.
I have the greatest respect for people who are able to do this. I was floored when I moved to Maryland from Michigan and saw that they do road construction in the middle of the night or on the weekends to keep the lanes open during the day. Yeah, we do that here too. But
we did that here too.
Yeah.
But we don't have that common sense.
That's only for like things like on the Autobahn or something. That doesn't mean like in areas where people live, like in housing areas, that they do construction all night. But it's more like the bigger roads.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, on the motorway, they do it at night. Yeah.
We have like in the city area, they do it at night, whereas, in the suburbs, they wouldn't, because obviously that would keep us all awake. But yeah, in the city, it's like, well, no one's driving around in the city.
Yeah.
In the middle of the night, because Hobart is a small, sleepy little city. It's not like New York, where it's like there's never a time when people aren't driving around.
So Anna's feeling like we are having a really productive Sunday, and I agree. We learned that cows have best friends and that days are longer in the north. I call that a win. I feel like we learned a lot more than that too. I learned a lot today. But yeah, I think the cows have best friends might have been the highlight.
Yeah, that's my favorite fact of
the whole
yeah.
So I have to thank Connor again for bringing that up during your sprint, because that's just like, it gave me so much joy. Hi, Willow. 46 pages for Jocelyn. That's amazing.
That's great.
Wow.
I just got an hour into my audiobook, The Summer I Turned Pretty. Ooh, how are you liking that one? I think I read that not that long ago, but I kind of started to dismiss it as well. I think I've outgrown it, and then I'm not the romance-y reader anyways, and the whole very childish look at things, I struggled with that. I see where there's space for this book. It's not me. Have you guys read this?
I haven't even heard of it.
No, I hadn't even heard of it either.
It's let me see if I can summarize it, or like give a. It's pretty much a girl who goes with her family to stay over the summer vacation in like a place every single time, and they are meeting there with another family, and there's a boy that she has a crush on, and then one year she goes back and suddenly has developed and is then getting a little bit of a different kind of attention.
Okay.
So it's that's why I turned pretty. Yeah, but I felt it was very much out of I think it might be something that a 12-year-old might be able to relate to, but the way that it was written, it also felt like a 12-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm actually, I don't want to say something wrong. Just um, looking it up to validate my feeling if I'm. I hate that Goodreads is not able to understand my typos.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, they need you to be like 100% perfect every single time. Like, not even a letter off. And I'm always like, well, how do you not know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, especially because the search engine on Amazon does it perfectly well.
Yeah.
I mean, like the capability is there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is written by Jenny Han, who has written To All the Boys I've Loved Before. But yeah, I wasn't feeling it. But then again, I do understand people who would like it. 23 pages, only 38 pages left. The ending is definitely the best part of this book. You're giving me hope that it's
Yeah.
that you're going to have a fun read. I'm not sure I'm loving it, but it's really quick. Same author as To All the Boys I've Loved Before. Yeah, it is quick. It's not that big either. It's like it's not only very like I think my reading pace in that one was like out of this world, and then it only has like 250 or so pages. It was difficult when I had exams. I had to switch my day upside down because I couldn't concentrate during the day. Yeah, I could see that.
Mm.
The rest of the trilogy is more about the characters dealing with grief. Wait, what is
Which
this?
trilogy was that again? Sorry, Justin.
I'm not sure either right now. Trying to think, scrolling up. No, we just talked about so many things. I don't remember, Jocelyn. Please help us. Oh, you were talking about.
Oh, the Summer I Turned Pretty. Oops.
It's not summer without you. We'll always have summer. Okay. Oh, okay. So if it's dealing more with grief, do you think that the writing style also sounds a little bit more grown up? I don't need a book that has a 12 or 13-year-old as a main character to be all grown up, etc. But I feel like if how do I explain this? I think that sometimes as a 12-year-old we make not only stupid decisions, but we also have stupid ways of seeing the world and how it's center, like how we are the center of the universe, and so we're still developing this. And I feel like if the author is not setting this in the right frame, it becomes a very moody up and down, and I'm the center of the universe, and why isn't everybody following me kind of vibe very quickly. And that is kind of what I felt with The Summer I Turned Pretty. So I'm wondering if the other books are a little bit less of that feeling.
Mm-hmm.
I hope I was able to explain myself well enough. I'm just only studying algebra. Well, good for you for studying. Get your studying done before you can finally read. That's always good. And making progress is good, either if it's reading or the work that you have to do.
Yeah, exactly. Any work is good, any time.
The writing style is the same, but the characters grow up through the trilogy. The main character is in college during the last one. Oh,
Okay, that'd be interesting.
Yeah,
Very interesting.
you make me want to pick up the trilogy again when I was like so glad that I had something that I wasn't adding to my TBR anymore. It's like, yes, not having to finish that series. Thank you. Now I do. Now I'm really interested to see if I can, because if you can really see this development and the tone in a way changes according to the age, I think then that is
That would
actually,
be interesting, yeah. It's the problem with BookTube. Doesn't matter if I'm what I'm doing, watching anything in a live, always adding to my TBR.
that is so true. Hi, Rebecca. How long are you going to stay live? I'm not sure. I'm good to go for quite a while still. I'm not sure about those like Mo, where it's getting rather late.
I'm okay for at least another one. I think I'll just see how it goes after each one.
Yeah, and I'm good to go for a while, but then Mel potentially has a date to start, and Mo has sleep to get, and I don't know what Steph's plans are.
I work in the morning, so I can definitely hang out for a bit more, but I do work in the morning, so it's going to be an early night.
Yeah.
I'm good to hang out for a little bit longer, but I'm starting to get a bit peckish, so I might be going for breakfast soonish. But at least one more sprint I can do.
The characters and story mature. I would say they are still pretty light reads. So, but I mean, a light read isn't a bad thing. So I'm adding that back to my TBR. Thank you. What's the most anticipated book of this year?
Ooh.
I know mine.
Yeah, then go ahead. What's yours?
Survive the Night by Riley Sager.
Sorry, Survive the Night?
Survive the Night by Riley Sager. Yeah. I on NetGalley I applied for an ARC, but I doubt I'll get it.
Probably lots of people applying for that one.
Yeah.
I haven't read any Riley Sager yet.
Oh, really?
No, I keep thinking I should read some.
Yeah. Lock Every Door is probably my favorite by him. So if I can give you one recommendation, that one.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Lock Every Door is technically on my TBR, but I don't own it yet, so.
Oh, okay.
I'll get there one day.
Door. I don't think I have read anything by Riley Sager either, so I'm just putting that on my wish list right now. Thank you very much. I think I'm not putting the Black Buck on my wish list. I think I'm just going to order it by the end of the day. I'm having that so like it just matches my reading taste right now so much. Anybody else have a most anticipated of the year?
My most anticipated of the year is there's apparently a second book to Neverwhere, which by Neil Gaiman. So that's my most anticipated book of the year. Yeah, so it's a little bit obscure, but anyway. Neverwhere was it's about under London and there being a alternative London that no one knows about. And this normal dude who lives in Upper London gets embroiled in something to do with Lower London, and then he disappears. Like no one knows who he is in Upper London, so he has to go and live in Lower London and have an adventure. But there are apparently lots of the same around the world, so I'm really intrigued to see if this next one will be about the same thing, or will it be something going on in Lower New York, or very good if you like Neil Gaiman. Highly recommend.
Mo, what about you?
I don't think I really have a most anticipated book of this year. Do you mean like something that's coming out, or something that you're just waiting to read?
I would find it as coming out. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not really waiting for anything to come out. I was waiting for Ready Player 2 to come out in paperback. but now I've heard mixed reviews of it, so I'm not sure about that one. And then Christopher Paolini, who wrote the Inheritance Cycle, like Aragon and all of that. I love that series, and he's just had a new book come out called To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. I don't know what it's about, but because it's by him, I want to, because I know it's a completely different genre. So I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what that's about and seeing whether I still like his writing or not.
That's a good answer. I'm struggling with this because I don't follow the releases much. I follow, like I look through like NetGalley and Booksire and what's available in Arts and if I'm interested or not, but I don't really follow what's all coming out this year. I know that the Brandon Sanderson, The Skyward, is supposed to come out later this year. I think in November or something. I'm really looking forward to that one. Anything Brandon Sanderson ever is like always anticipated. And I think, if I'm not completely mistaken, the Amber in the Ashes series is going to be finishing this year. If I'm not completely mistaken,
I think it did already.
Did?
I want to say that it did.
It might.
Yeah, I thought that it did last year.
Coming out or something.
I think the newest one just came out a few months ago.
Yeah, but you see how well I'm informed about this. So I know that I loved the Ember in the Ashes series when I read the first three, but I'm not getting to the fourth one anytime soon. I think I'm not anticipating any book, like, really. What I'm really anticipating is the Wheel of Time show.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I cannot wait for that. I'm so pumped, and I'm following the Twitter updates, and I have never felt so much part of a production as with this one, because they're sharing so much from the production, all the teasers and everything, and I'm so pumped for that. So
when does it start?
I don't think they have an air date yet,
Okay.
but it is highly likely that we're getting a trailer soon. All the hints show towards having a trailer soon.
Nice.
So on Goodreads, you're right, Cece. It says that so A Sky Beyond the Storm is the last one, and it says that it's being published August 1st of 2021.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So I think people were just talking about the arcs, because I know I've seen the last one, but I guess it's coming out in August. So
okay.
I'm looking forward to finishing off that series, but I don't know if I'm going to get to it as soon as it comes out. I was having a virtual date. Oh, how did that go? Definitely enjoyed it. I try and read a little bit. What are you reading, Chloe? And more important, how did your date go? Did any of you have a virtual date or do anything like that? It feels so weird to me to live in a world where that's a thing.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? What did you do on your virtual date? I don't need to have a virtual date. I live with my partner, so
Same.
same.
Well, I don't find Riley Sager's books scary. I don't mind his books, but they never meet my expectations. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they're super scary at all. They just, I personally just really like his writing style and his storytelling. So it works for me, but I can see why a lot of people wouldn't.
I think I've mostly heard good things about Riley Sager. I don't think I've heard much negative. But yeah, I've heard it's more like he has really twisty endings rather than scary.
Mm-hmm.
I think either for me was referring to if you're anticipating anything to read this year that doesn't come out this year. Maybe we can answer this one after the next sprint. Hold on, Ready Player 2, is that a sequel to Ready Player 1? Yeah, I love Ready Player 1 too. I DNF Ready Player 2. I'm so confused how, like, I love the first book, but I felt like it didn't need a sequel. And
no.
Was great. Haven't seen my boyfriend since February 2020. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Yeah. It's so hard. I feel bad for Chloe. She's
Oh,
got
I'm so
he lives in the US, I think, and she's in the UK. So
sad. That's great.
Oh,
Ready Player One is my in my top 3 books of all time. I didn't even know there was a sequel. Maybe
now you
you,
know.
now you know. Yeah.
yeah, but maybe you were living in a better world not knowing.
Literally. I have not heard very many good things about the
So going with the Ted Bundy book, and there's like another cow emoji. Yes, Moo. Very amusing. All right.
Not that Ted Bundy and cows are in any way related.
No, they're not. Shall we do another reading sprint so that
Yeah.
we can get some more reading done? Um, this is one. It's okay, everyone. Don't look sad. We're all good. Just admit a little.
I'm glad you're all good. That's nice.
I really enjoyed the film. Is the book just as good?
The Ready Player One, is this about?
better.
Yeah.
I would imagine so.
Yes. I love that Karen knew that you're going to ask the question. So, yeah, Mo, do you have an opinion on this?
I think the book was better, but the movie did do a good job of it. But it's got one of my favorite actors in. I think it's got Ansel Engel. I don't know how you say his last name. But I like him. I like his movies generally anyway. So that's probably I'm probably biased. But I mean, obviously the books. There's a few. There's only a few movies where I think that the movie's better than the book. I think most people will agree. But yeah, I think the movie did a good job of the book. Oh, I really enjoyed the film. Is the book any good? Yeah.
Better.
I love it, Mo.
I had to think about like what's the question?
Yeah.
The
I
book
think,
is almost always better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, obviously because you are able to go much deeper and much like. I feel like even though the movie might have done a good job because there's only as much as you can do, by because there's so much in this story. I felt like I was missing a lot of my favorite parts from the book that weren't in the movie.
Hmm.
But I also understand how you can't get it all in there. So I think if you enjoyed the movie, you will most likely enjoy the book.
Yeah.
Yes, so at least we have one more person who's growing that TBR. Okay, let's get into another 30-minute sprint. Happy reading, everyone, and see you in 30. And we're back. So, how did everyone do?
I ate dinner, so I only got like 10 pages read, but my stomach is full now, so that's good.
What did you have?
Pizza.
Nice.
Nice.
That is nice.
I got to chapter 6 just as that sprint ended, so that was quite nice.
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 And you're still enjoying it.
Yeah, it's really picking up now. It's quite a different tone to what I'm used to, and yeah, it's really good so far.
How is it a different tone?
It's a bit more real world. I don't know if that's the best way of explaining it, but it's very sort of just how people talk in real life, and it's not kind of sugar coated or anything, or there's no kind of like whimsical paragraphs or anything like that in between to get lost. It's not one of those books. I do like reading that sometimes, but it's not one of those things, and it's kind of just straight to the point, but still at the same time kind of keeping you engaged and also being kind of humorous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually
Sounds
just
great.
wanted to order it right now. Like I literally like am on Amazon right now, and it tells me the title will be released on April 27.
Oh, you gotta wait. Oh, this is an uncorrected proof that somebody sent me.
Oh.
So I've been
It's
yeah.
like, well, I mean that's fine because my TBR is full for April anyways. But what really irks me is that it's a paperback, and it costs twice as much as normal paperbacks. So normally paperbacks around here are below 10 euros, and this is 18 euros 68. It's like
Wow.
Convert that into
it's the same as the hardcover. The hardcover price is literally 10 cents more.
Oh my goodness.
that is a
I
lot.
wonder why.
And the hardcover is not
Wow.
be released until May 27th. That's also switched up. I mean, usually they release the hardcover first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so confused. And then the Kindle edition is actually the price of a normal paperback, but
Hmm.
that is available now.
That is really weird.
Mo, I kind of hate you right now. Getting me done with, like,
You got us so excited.
no, I'm so confused, like, by these publishing decisions and pricing decisions. It just does not
It
seem
does make a lot of reference to selling and selling techniques and things sort of. So I think that might be part of it. I don't know.
Yes, if you have an arc there, does it have a marketing plan on one of the first or last pages?
Not really. No.
So let's see, on Amazon.co.uk, the Kindle edition is also $6.99 on, like, as an ebook. I think that's a lot.
That's a lot for an ebook.
And then the hardcover is currently unavailable, but doesn't have like a release date or anything. It's so weird. Something's wrong with this book. I'm gonna wait until everything normalizes, and then I'm gonna get it. How did you do, Mel?
Yeah, good. I read another 20 pages. I had a thing I had to go and do quickly, so yeah. But yeah, it's going very well. It's very cute. I just love the illustrations. They're so
Hmm.
pretty.
Oh, yeah, they are. So I ended up switching between books. I read 15 minutes and 13 pages in the Dragon Republic to just end the chapter. And then I went back into Aurora Rising. And in the 14 minutes, I read 27 pages in Aurora Rising. And that just feels so accomplished already. So I think that was a good decision. Also, I do enjoy the story, and I hate when I start to enjoy a book to put it down for a long time just because something else gets like prioritized.
Mhm.
I feel like I'm like a bad stepmother or something. Somebody else did. Where were we? Jocelyn is still talking about Ready Player 2 or Ready Player 1. I try to separate books from their film adaptations. I like the book a lot. The movie was really fun. They aren't the same though. Yeah,
That's fair.
the book was a lot better than the movie, I found. Yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of,
Generally, I think that's the case anyway.
yeah, because you can't put everything in the
Yeah.
movie. You can't get into the character's mind as much as when you're following in a book. Are you guys usually looking forward to adaptations, like movie, TV show adaptations?
Yeah, I know for me, I love watching just how the director has their own twist on the book and the writers and stuff like that. So so one of my favorite books, I don't know if I mentioned it or not, but like one of my favorite books is The One by John Mars. And I just finished watching the Netflix adaptation of that, and it was pretty different, but I enjoyed it. So I usually look forward to the adaptations for sure.
Same. I like to see if I've imagined the characters and things as if and how they actually portrayed on screen, and see if I've imagined the same thing. I was going to say the right thing, but I don't think there is a way of imagining the right thing. And just kind of, because I think everybody would imagine things differently anyway.
Definitely.
Is it
I
weird?
really look forward to. Sorry, Cece.
No, you go ahead.
I really look forward to adaptations as well, but I also feel apprehensive a lot of the time, depending on what it is. Like Lord of the Rings, for example, is something I kind of grew up with. So the movies, I was really excited, but also like, oh god, what are they gonna do?
How did you feel about them? Because I've only watched the movies, and I've always wanted to read the books after the movies come out, but I just never. I don't think I'll be able to tackle them.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed the movies. They do a lot of stuff though in a different. They don't do it super differently in terms of the actual what happens, but they change timeline around quite a bit. So the stuff that happens in the first bit of the movie is sort of explaining more than you get in the first bit of the book. The first bit of the book is mostly the Shire stuff. Yeah, so it's quite different in that sense. And there's a character and a whole section that is completely cut out, and that's like one of my favorite bits. But I know where they cut it out because it wasn't necessary to the overall storyline. But I'm still like, why did they cut that out? I love that bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see how they. And I just was about to mention Lord of the Rings too, because I think that's the one only adaptation where I feel like so many people have said that the characters looked like they imagined them. And that speaks a lot to how they were written in the book, that people, like if a lot of people all imagined them like this, there wasn't much left for imagining it differently, right? So that was interesting. And I mentioned the Wheel of Time, how they are letting us in on some of the production decisions. And for example, I just love how they, like, that is such a smart marketing strategy, by the way, as well, to just like keep everybody already teased. But what they, for example, I don't know, the person who talked about it said that they have added a scene that is not in the books, because in the books, because you're following the thought process of characters, by the time you're getting to a certain point, you have developed an understanding of what motivates a character and how they make decisions. But because you can't follow their mind, they have added a scene that crafts the character that you otherwise would have understood through their thought process. And I found that really interesting because I have never thought about this before, but it makes total sense that they might have to change things up so that we actually understand it without reading the books, because we understand the character otherwise. So I find that really interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting because, yeah, you do follow individual characters and thoughts a lot more in books than you do than you can in a film or a TV show.
I'm mostly looking forward to adaptations in terms of landscape and cities and all the big scenery, because I have a really bad imagination when it comes to that. I'm not able to imagine it very vividly, very graphically. And I'm like, I get to see a picture of it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things with the Lord of the Rings as well. Like New Zealand just suits that idea of Middle Earth so well.
So true. Chloe read 41 pages. That's a lot.
Wow.
Too.
Awesome.
Najat, also, I just remember there's still some times where they used to show anime and all the girls with short skirts got leggings. Oh my gosh, girlfriends became fiancés.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
They changed it, like Anna was talking about in Russia. They changed narratives pretty much. That's crazy. Rebecca got 6% done. Nice. Jocelyn got 31 pages, 22 pages, 16 left. I don't know how
Ooh.
this is going to end, which is great.
Oh, wow.
You only have 16 pages and you don't know how it's
That's really good.
That's amazing.
Minutes.
What is the title of the book you're talking about? I think we were talking about Black Buck. So the book that we were talking about that has the weird release and pricing. Um, 59 pages left in the Song of Achilles. That's good. You're going to finish that soon. That's ridiculously expensive. Yeah. I feel like the Brexit messed up the book prices for
UK.
I'm guessing UK, yeah.
Oh.
I just checked the Black Buck on like Amazon.ca and same thing. It's crazy. Like the Kindle price is 25 Canadian dollars, which I don't think I've ever seen a Kindle book that expensive. And then the hardcover is like 30 something dollars as well. So, I mean, that's kind of on par for some hardcover books, but
expensive ones.
Very expensive side for sure.
I'm just looking at it on Amazon UK, and yeah, the Kindle edition is like £7 and the hardcover is £13. There's no paperback version though.
Now I'm going to look up for Australia.
Mine has no paperback.
But there's an audiobook for 99p.
Oh.
But is that probably like one of this? Is it like an Audible offer that just shows you it's 99?
I don't have that.
Really?
So they're trying to sell it to me.
Yeah, on the Amazon UK, it tells me that the audiobook is free and then with a membership trial.
Of course. Yeah, it's the same for us. It's quite pricey. $39.10 for hardcover. Also don't have a paperback, and $15.99 for Kindle, which is quite that's relatively normal for an ebook, but I don't ever spend that much on an ebook. I always wait till they're like under 10.
Maybe wait and keep an eye on it because Amazon prices fluctuates. Yep.
Yeah.
They do, except for in Germany for German books because they are price fixed. Like weird government rule about it. Like there's a government rule forbidding to vary prices, and they're fixed. So that also leads to companies like Amazon not being able to do like big sales in a way. I think it's a little bit different with books, but yeah, obviously not the English books. But it also makes it really hard for people who do book boxes because they can't get them at a huge discount from the publisher because the price is fixed. I will go sleep as soon as you start the next sprint. Thank you for hosting. It was fun, and I read more than I would have without the company of this group. It's always fun. I love seeing your lovely face every Sunday. Sometimes I look up fan art when I'm having a hard time imagining how a character looks. I do that too.
Yeah,
I do too. Mel looked like you don't ever do that.
That honestly had not even occurred to me.
Same.
It's a good idea, though.
I'm assuming, Mel and Steph, that you are the type of person who has a very graphic imagination. Then probably.
I'm able, like when I'm reading a book, I'm definitely able to picture things, but the same way as you, I do really like the adaptations for the scenery and the bigger picture. I will say though that I have to make sure that I don't plan on like rereading a book if I watch the adaptation, because as soon as I see an adaptation, that is all I can picture is exactly the way that the movie is. And it bothers me because like my imagination is like, that's what I love about reading, right? Is your imagination. And as soon as you see that, like Harry Potter, for instance, like all I see is Daniel Radcliffe as Harry Potter. I can never get him out of my head now, right? So that's the only downfall I would say to an adaptation. But yeah, my imagination is pretty, like I'm pretty imaginative, I think, but same as you, I do appreciate the adaptations for the scenery and stuff, so.
Definitely.
Yeah, I completely agree with you about the once you've seen like the movie, then that's all I can imagine if I'm rereading something.
Yeah.
Or if I was to read Lord of the Rings now, I'd just be imagining.
Yeah.
It doesn't bother me though, because when I'm reading, I don't imagine them very, like I don't have a very clear picture. I only even see, for example, hair colors if it's repeated several times or if it's a big part of the story. So let's say there's a character who has very bright red hair and it's mentioned every other page, then I'm going to imagine a blob of bright red hair walking around pretty much. But I don't see characters very clearly in my head. It's more of a feeling that I see. It's more of like, but you could potentially describe it as an aura. So it's a very blurry imagination. So it doesn't bother me when they actually become like a face. But I can see how it can bother you if you usually see a face and you usually see a body and hair and fingernails and whatever. Okay, I just saw that Divergent is going to get 10th anniversary edition covers, and I'm loving them. Ooh, we're gonna have to look that up. I love 10th anniversary editions. Like they oftentimes look amazing. And isn't it interesting how people are absolutely happy with like anniversary editions, but if the publisher decides to change the look, everybody's like, no, you don't. But then an anniversary edition or limited edition, yes, give me.
Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? I guess because people are collecting their series, so if it changes, they can't get one that fits. Whereas if it's a special edition, it doesn't matter because it's an extra one.
Am I seeing this right? They look like a graphic novel.
Yeah,
that looks awesome.
Oh, that looks cool.
It's a very unique style to do covers. It's interesting. Thank you for sharing that. That's different.
But what annoys me is that there's like a black bird in all of the covers except for one.
Oh yeah, I don't
And
remember the pictures well enough to say if that has
I don't
anything.
think it's got
Yeah.
any significance, but it's just annoying me that there's a one in every
But
picture
yeah,
except for one. It's just
it
really
does.
bugging me.
Maybe you
It
have
does
to,
seem quite. Sorry.
it's a find Waldo kind of situation. You might have to look closer in the
Look
first
for
one
the.
see if you find the bird.
They do look quite like they're important somehow in the second two, but yeah, it's weird.
It's very interesting, so different.
Mm.
Ooh, and do you think that it's going to be that the cover stops here and
They actually are all together. If you put them all side by side, it makes like
Oh,
Oh, wow.
that's cool.
Wow, I love that.
yeah, that is really neat.
so yeah, and I'm assuming that the cover stops there and that this is like the second page? That you have like an offset cover?
Oh, like the
You know what I mean?
step back kind of
Yeah,
Oh,
cut
yeah.
away.
Mo was like, I don't get it.
I think so. I'm figuring out whether I'd like that or not.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I would because it'd be just really awkward to hold. No, unless it's just the back cover that's
I can
Is it
show you a setback. Hold on.
just
Yeah,
the
I
front.
think I have one too, but I wouldn't know where to look for one.
Yeah, I'm the same.
So like that.
Ah,
Like
Yes.
okay.
So like this
Yeah,
page
that's
behind is kind of part of the
Yeah.
cover as well.
That's a
yeah.
cute addition.
Yeah, that is nice.
Yeah, that is.
Book envy.
Yeah.
So the second book envy of the day. Just look below.
We're gonna have to try to make 3.
Yeah, having that ridiculously expensive paperback. When the book talks about Harry's green eyes that he got from his mom, and all my mind sees are Daniel's blue eyes and the brown eyes of the child actor of Lily. Okay, I can
Yep.
see that being an issue. I also like adaptations to ease you into the world for some people who have difficulty imagining fantasy. Yes, 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 yes. I'm looking forward to some. I'm looking forward to some adaptations also to help me get more well-rounded imagination of and understanding of the world and the magic system and everything. So yeah, totally. I listen to audiobooks when I'm driving. Sometimes I miss the character descriptions when the author slips those details in. That's where fan art has me. Yep. And isn't it fun how we're circling back to audiobooks when driving? I think we were
Yeah.
there like
Hmm.
3.5 hours ago.
Yeah.
We had one more question. The question was about your most anticipated book for this year, but not the release, but the most anticipated to read.
Ah, okay. Oh gosh.
I don't know about anticipated, but I really want to read something obviously now by V.E. Schwab, and I really need to read something by Mr. Sanderson. Forgot his first name.
Brandon.
Brandon.
Sanderson.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I think I have to. That's both of them purely because of BookTube. But yeah, I really have to read at least one book by them.
Yeah, sorry, Steph.
No, go ahead, Mel.
I was just gonna say I haven't read any V.E. Schwab or Victoria Schwab or whatever either, but I've got The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, so I'm very excited to read that one.
That's the one that got me interested in it, but I don't really like historical fiction that much, so I'm a bit wary of it. But yeah, I can't remember the last historical fiction book I read, to be honest. Don't really read that genre a lot.
The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, I will say, is very, very slow. So if that's not something that
Okay.
you like, then I definitely wouldn't recommend that one because it's very slow paced.
It's not about me liking it. I think I have to be in the mood for it.
Yeah.
For a slow paced book, I can't just read it whenever I feel like it. I have to kind of be like, okay, I'm reading this now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that the writing style is very whimsical purple prose. So, and I love that. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just caught the sunlight coming in there. Turn me around slightly.
Steph, you were able to answer the
I
question.
can't remember what I was going to say, but I do. I don't know if you guys have ever read anything by Peter Swanson, but I just got his new book from the library. This one here, Every Value Break. So this is probably my most anticipated right now that's out. I think it just came out in March, to be honest. So I'm very excited for that.
I've never read any Peter Swanson either.
It's like a thriller mystery author. I'd say that's probably like my main genre. So
yeah. Honestly, I don't think I can answer that question that much because I get hyped about a different book every month. Like I just look at my bookshelf and I'm going to say, "Oh yes, this is it. No, this is it. No, this is it. Oh yes, no, this." Like I get hyped. Similarly to most book mail shorts, when you open the book mail and sniff the book, and we're like, "Oh yes, that's how I feel." Probably the progressing in the Stormlight archive. So Sanderson, that's a lot. That's a lot that I really want to read. I want to read a lot more from BIPOC authors, and I'm very, very hyped about everything BIPOC authors, everything Afrofuturism, everything science fiction. Looking forward to finishing the Wayfarer series. Really hyped about that because the first two were amazing. There's so many books I'm hyped about. I could probably like sit in front of Goodreads and tell you for 2 hours which books I'm hyped about.
It's a bit like that, isn't it? I'm really excited as well because I'm going to be reading Akatar in April. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, so you got those for your birthday, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah. I know, my friend was very generous to me.
So nice. I really want to read Amari and the Night Brothers. Yeah.
Oh, me too.
I want to read that as well, yeah.
Me too.
The Invisible Life of Adler reads like a memoir.
Okay.
That can be good.
Yeah.
And it's bad.
It does depend on the memoir.
Yeah. How the memoir is written. I love a good memoir that reads a little bit like fiction. If it's in between there, it might be fun, but yeah, let's see. Addie has flashbacks to the past, but I wouldn't really call it historical fiction, and the writing style is very distinctive, but not too much, I'd say. I'm only a third through so far, though. I'm interested in it as well. Okay. We all got sun envy for
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Yes.
Sorry.
Just dropping in to say hi. Hi.
Hi, Ellie. Another cow.
Yeah. Amusing.
Mo and Steph are just like, what is wrong with these crazy people?
I love
you
it.
are part of that inside joke now somehow. So
we're going to get it across all of BookTube eventually.
Yeah.
So are you changing your reading sprints to like cow sprints or something?
I don't think I'd get many people tuning in because of the confusion, but I am tempted to, though.
Hide a cow in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A cow with a book.
Yes. I love it. Oh, gosh.
Oh,
so do you want to read some more?
Yeah.
I'm going to go, actually, because I need to. Sorry, I'm doing it again. Because I need to go and eat and get going on some stuff.
Life.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that was a heavy life sigh.
Yeah.
was a
No,
Monday
it's
morning
fine.
cry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just trying to think of the stuff. Yeah.
We need a mascot. Yeah. Obviously, it's a cow.
Obviously.
Obviously.
I'll
Amusing. I
have
love,
to find. We'll have to find one of those cow onesies, and then when we do our reading, we can just sit in cow onesies.
but they get so hot after a while.
That's true. That's true.
But it does sound like fun. Anyways, okay. So Mel, if you're going to go about your day, thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I hope that you join again soon. And I know it's always a little bit different with it being Monday morning for you and like so early. I don't think I could do that.
Yeah, it's not too bad, and I'm not working on Mondays, so it's fine.
That sounds fair enough. Not like last week. I think last week I had Bianca and she messed up the times and she ended up having to get up at 4 a.m. for the sprints. I was like, oh my gosh, you should have just
Oh no!
tell me
Oh
and say you're
no!
sleeping. I would have understood. I
Too
understand
early.
you made a commitment, but no, girl, no. But she was like, no, it's fine. I need to catch up on some reading anyways. I'm like, but 4
But
a.m.
it's 4 I'm sorry to say, Cece, I would have been like, yeah, sorry, no.
And I would have completely understood. Like,
Really.
honestly,
I don't think my brain would take in the reading at that time of the
me
morning.
either. And there's more important things in life than reading sprints, like life.
For example. All right, guys. Well, nice to see you all.
Bye,
Yeah.
Mel.
See you next time. Bye.
Yeah.
All right, let's get the timer up and let's read for another 30 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. See you in 30. And that is time. How have you done in this one?
I am on page 145. So I'm almost finished.
I read one chapter. About 16 pages, I think. 15, 16 pages, something like that.
Also very nice. I read 50 pages.
Wow.
I said I did this. I mean, to be fair, I feel like there's not a lot on the page compared to this one. So I feel like that's a lot more. And also, I just started this sprint with going into a new part of the book, and then it had like a few pages just blank. Well, not blank, but where is it? Where did it go? I don't know, but it's pretty much the kind of thing where you have a page, and here it is. So the chapter stopped here, and then you have part. So 2 pages. Then you have an empty page. Then one like half a page with this description, and then we get started. So that gets done quick. That, but it's actually a lot of fun. And these black pages seem to be something out of a something like this world's Wikipedia kind of deal, and they just had this description of this schematics of a ship. And it says, for a detailed history of the world ship, click here, mapping incomplete due to hostile conditions, whatever that means. And I just love how it then just at the bottom just says, here be bad things. I just love that.
That looks really nice, though.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, but then I'm also in a big sci-fi mood. That always helps. Like when I'm in the genre mood, it just automatically is much more enjoyable. So yeah, but it's fun. It's cute. I don't know. Similar, like Steph, you said, it might not be memorable. I don't know. Maybe. Right now, it's enjoyable, but not something that I will rave about. But it's fun. Just finished. I think I will read the second book just because I want to know how the story will play out. I hate that when you don't love a book, but you still want to know how it plays out, and you commit to like another 200, 300, 600, 800 pages just because you want to know how it ends. I'm really conflicted on the rating. The ending was so good. At least that's that. But the rest wasn't as good.
But sometimes the ending makes the book better.
Yeah. I mean, you were between a 2 and a 3 star when we started sprint, so I think that has increased quite a bit. So I'm glad you like the ending, though.
Yeah.
The story has so much potential. I think the books will keep getting better. I also think it's the author's debut fantasy YA. Okay, so maybe the next one is better if the ending was good. Oh yeah,
Way better. Yeah.
There's a second book coming out in August, but I don't know if it's becoming a series. I heard good things when it was coming out, but not much now. Interesting. Yeah, true. I heard. I think I've seen it a lot when it came out. I'm just wondering, is that one of those YA fantasy books that were highlighted because it has a BIPOC author? I feel like I remember it for that, but I'm not sure if I'm correct.
I think it was in a book subscription box as well.
That's probably it.
But yeah,
become a
It's a BIPOC author. It's a female BIPOC author, and it looks like it has a person of color as a main character. And I know that a lot of the releases last year were highlighted because of that sometimes, which is good. We need more of that. I think others enjoyed it more than me. I had high expectations going into it.
the problem.
I get that.
Mm.
Ooh, I DNF'd it. I couldn't be made to care about it. I kept increasing the speed to 3 times and I was still bored. I also can't handle secondhand embarrassment, which is why I don't care for romance. I tried.
Oh,
Yeah.
is there a lot of romance in it? Because that will put me off.
Same.
Same.
So genres that it's tagged on is fantasy or young adult, fiction, young adult fantasy, audiobook, LGBT, magic, romance, high fantasy, queer. It sounds quite romancy.
Mm.
Yeah, that sums it up perfectly.
Yeah.
I understand what you mean with the romance. Oh dear. I find it easy to DNF ebooks, audiobooks, but I find it difficult to DNF physical ones. Oh, that's interesting.
That
I
is
want
interesting.
your opinion on DNFing and ebooks, audiobooks versus physical ones.
I'm ebooks and physical books for me. I think I'm the same. Or although it'd be interesting to kind of go back and see which ones I've actually DNF'd. I think I DNF'd more ebooks than physical books. That must be a psychological thing. That's
But
quite interesting, actually.
But is it because they were ebooks that you felt they were easier to DNF, or did you potentially not get them as a physical book because you weren't so convinced that it's going to be something for you in the first?
The second one, I think, because I won't get it as a physical copy unless I'm kind of a little bit sold on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Steph?
I have the personality of it's impossible for me to DNF a book.
Okay.
Like, I wish that I could quit on a book, because usually if I'm hating the book in the beginning, I end up hating it through the end, and I just force myself to read it just because that's my personality. I don't know what it is. I'm just like, I can't give up on this book. I'm always like, it's got to get better, or like, I almost just feel like, and this is 100% my opinion, I know I'm in the minority with it. It's just, I can't judge a book or give a proper opinion on a book if I don't finish it. So
I have
done that.
mixed feelings about this statement. I partially agree and I partially disagree.
Yeah.
But I do understand that people have the feel like they need to finish something, and I feel like if you don't feel like you need or want to change it, like it's not bothering you so much that you want to change it, then that's completely fine. Like, you do whatever needs to be done for you. I have a friend who actually, she is incapable of stopping series, so she needs to see a whole series through, and that is why she is shying away from long series, because she says, if I don't like the first book and it has 10 books, I still need to read the next 9. Like, okay, I get it, but still, that means you might miss out on amazing series because you don't want to even try. But yeah, I mean, it's everybody needs to do what they feel like is right. On the judging a book when you're DNFing it, I feel like there's a difference on as to why I'm DNFing. So if I'm DNFing because it's just not for me, because it's maybe going over my head, because I'm not the target group, then I might not be able to judge it before it's finished, and I fully agree with you. But if there's like an objective reason why I'm DNFing, because there's a problem with it, if it's problematic, if it's really like the writing style is so bad that I cannot continue because there's so many mistakes, and if there's like objective reasons where I'm like I cannot continue, or because a character is toxic or something, then I feel like I can judge it because it has elements that I can judge it on. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
There isn't a lot. The romance is a subplot. It's more about love, friendship, found family. Okay. And I think we was talking about the summer I Turned Pretty. Yes, that's a romance book. And I shared before how I felt about it. Even if I don't like a book, my brain wants to know what happens at the end. Yeah,
I don't, and it depends on because there's some books where I have not enjoyed it, but I've still finished it, and there's other books where I've just gone, I'm not gonna finish this, and I don't like it, so I'm gonna like properly DNF it. Well, DNF it.
I mean, sometimes when I don't DNF a lot, but I mean, I first usually look at if I can start more into like get into more of a speed reading situation where I don't read as intensely. But if that doesn't help either, or if there's a problem, I am okay to DNF something, except for if it's a review sample. I feel really bad. Like if I don't have huge issues with it, I will finish a review sample. But what I have done in the past is look up the book's plot, because some plots are written out on Wikipedia or in like recaps or something. I DNF it because I still want to know what happens or how it turns out, and just look it up and read like the 5-minute synopsis of the spoilery thing. I have DNF'd books in buddy reads where I'm like, I cannot finish this, but please finish it and tell me how it ended.
Wow.
I feel bad in a buddy read, but if I hate it, I'm not.
Yeah.
What about you, Mo? Do you feel like you're missing out when you're DNFing?
Not really. No, because I'll just, if I'm not enjoying it, then I'll just put it down, because there's too many books that I want to read, that I don't want to kind of use my time up on books that aren't interesting me. And I have DNF books, like NetGalley books. So I have DNF those, and I've put that in my review as well. But I think for a lot of books that I DNF, I kind of think that I'm probably not the target audience for the book, especially because I read a lot of YA as well, which does tend to have a lot of more romance than other genres. So I kind of bear that in mind a little bit.
So when you DNF a book that you're reviewing for NetGalley, how do you do the review?
I just put the parts that I didn't like, and then I'll just put like DNF'd at 20% or whatever.
And the rating, or do you then leave the rating out?
If I DNF, I usually try and leave the rating blank. Yeah.
I think that's fair. And I think that's a good strategy. It's just when I'm not feeling it and I don't have reasons for DNFing. If it's just my mood and it's a review sample, then I will. If I have reasons, obviously then that's okay. But I like your way of doing it, Mo. I find it hard to DNF books. My friend is like that, and I'm like, don't put yourself through that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so hard when you know that your friend will probably love a series that you're reading, but they're like, but it has more than 2 books, and I don't want to commit to it because I don't know for sure that I'm going to like it. And I feel like if you could just read the first one and decide then if you want to continue, because I can't imagine having to finish every series.
Yeah.
Jocelyn, it's the same way. The books I say I DNF'd are on a shelf labeled "put down for now." Oh, that is so like that's so wholesome for a reason. It's like I can't be so harsh as to tell the book that I'm DNFing it. I'm not going to tell it. I'm going to put you down for now. I don't do that to you. I go back and try to finish them. I think it's lovely. I think it's nice.
I think that's a good kind of point, actually, because if you DNF a book because you're not feeling it, I think, because for me, I kind of tie my reading to experiences or things that I'm going through, and I think like Eragon's one of my favorite series, but it's because I was kind of still growing up and kind of experiencing fantasy genre for the first time, and that will always stick with me. Whereas other people that have read it are kind of like, oh yeah, but it reminds me of this, this, and this. Well, I didn't have those things to remind me of. And yeah, you kind of like, I tie my reading to, not intentionally, but I remember like, oh, when I read that book, I was at school, or I was reading it at work, or, I remember kind of those things. And I think that has an impact, whether I want it to impact on my reading or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think books that I DNF'd, maybe because I wasn't enjoying something in my life. And if I read it in a different period in my life or time, or when something else was going on, then I might have liked it a bit more.
That's a very good point and very well said. I like that and agree. It's very good.
I'm the same as Jocelyn as well. Like sometimes I consider myself to never have DNF'd a book, but sometimes I'll be reading a book and I will get maybe like 2 or 3 pages in, or like a chapter in, and I'm just not vibing with the writing style, or there's just something that's like a disconnect. So I'll just put it down for the time being, but like I would definitely pick it back up. So it's like putting it down for now.
Yeah, I get that. And I think it's a very good strategy. For me, it felt when I was starting to be able to DNF books and just put some closure on it, when I wasn't feeling it, or when sometimes you put a book down and you know that you're not going to pick it up again, even though it's not objectively a bad book, but you're not feeling it, and you're most likely never going to feel it. Maybe because you've outgrown it, or maybe I know that I have read so many books with a certain trope, with a certain writing style, with a certain genre, that I just am like, okay, I have like 20 more books that are exactly the same thing. And if there's not something unique about it, it's like unhauling unread books. That feels a little bit freeing if you don't have the pressure of, I have to get back to that. And I felt about a couple of DNFs exactly like that, where it was like, okay, it feels good to let go of it, like spring cleaning, and just, okay, I know I'm not going to get back to it. So yeah, I do get where you're coming from, and I do have things like that, but I feel like I have a couple of areas where I know I will never get back into that mood, or into that state of mind, or to that age where I would love it.
Yeah.
But Jocelyn, I love that you disliked the book, and because you saw it through, that you had a way of like, yes, I'm done. I can just imagine you being there, like, yes. I actually love The Book Thief, but I can absolutely see why people wouldn't like it. It's one of those books where I can see both sides. Did you guys read The Book Thief?
I've read it, but I can't remember why people rave about it. I think I was like 3 or 4 stars maybe with it.
Yeah.
I like the characters, and I thought the characters were written really well, and I kind of enjoyed following their emotions. but I can't remember. I can't remember the end. Oh, I can kind of remember the ending, but I can't really remember the full story. And I can't remember why people are like, "Oh, it's amazing."
I know that I rated it 5 stars, but I can't remember it either 100%. But that doesn't mean anything because I read so much that sometimes that happens. If I would go back and look at my review, I will probably know why, and I will be like, oh yeah, I still stand by that. But I don't know why so many people were hyping it. I don't feel like it was a book that I felt like it was a book that for me it was a 5 star, but not something that I would go and feel like it should be hyped because it's for everyone or for like so many people.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I rated it a 3. I just checked my rating. I rated it a 3 out of 5 stars. I do remember that it was narrated by Death, which a lot of people either loved or hated that aspect of it. I thought it put like a really cool spin on the book. But like you, Mo, I don't really remember the ending. I remember it being like a sad book for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I remember crying, which I don't do with every book, but usually when I cry, it's an automatic bonus star, and it very often then is a 5 star because not the majority of books gets me there, and so they automatically have like, okay, you made me cry, go be a 5 star.
Have you ever cried over a book because it's been so bad?
That's a good question. I know that there's one book where I feel like you could say that because like I have been hating on this book so hard. I think it's close to, yeah, like there's so much wrong with it, and I am like honestly hating on this book so much. And there's so many people loving this book, and I'm like, why have you read anything before? It's like, no. I mean, you guys won't be able to know it because it's a German book. But it's like a YA fantasy in German. And just imagine somebody taking ACOTAR and Game of Thrones, putting that all in one box, shaking it a little bit, and then just throwing it in there. And so many issues. Starting with it's using mythology and it's using what is it, gods, like Yule, and it's using things like Seelie and Unseelie, but it's not using it in the way that you know. So, for example, the Seelie and the Unseelie, as you know them, are switched. The God's names that you know are completely mixed up. It's like this person has heard these names and then just made their own thing. And I just feel like if you are writing a book with elves and dwarves, you cannot go ahead and describe the elves as dwarves and the dwarves as elves. It just doesn't work for me. Then there were a lot of problematic things about sexuality, about homosexuality, about power with sexuality, about abusing very toxic relationships. There were logical flaws. It was just very, very silly and badly written at a lot of times. Like, for example, there's imagine like 100-year-old hunk of a guy, like a huge guy, like this. I'm a warden. I'm a big ass paladin, like mythical creature that is built like a brick wall, and he's protecting a 16-year-old girl. And obviously, this 100-year-old guy and the 16-year-old girl start feeling stuff for each other. That's a whole other issue that I don't like. But then they are being hunted, and they go into a shop. they ask for something, and the shop owner is, "Ooh, I know that you're being searched for. Like, I want to get the ransom," and the girl is just, "No, I'm not who I am." And he's like, "Oh, okay, then that's fine. You don't have magic powers to just be like, I'm not who I am. You don't. How? No, it doesn't make sense."
Yeah.
And then they go out, they climb on the roof, and they jump over old and like really, I don't know what the word is, but when you have wood that is so old that it's very easy to break, it's very, I don't know. I don't know the word, but anyways, that it's literally described that the roofs are like this, and they are jumping over the roof. Uh, just imagine Legolas in Lord of the Rings
Yeah.
jumping across stuff. That is how it was described. This brick of a wall, 100-year-old warden jumping across roofs. And I'm like, he should break into a house. Like, no.
Yeah.
And there's like so many things like this. There's a girl who, and this is like more of the Game of Thrones part of it. She wants to become a watcher at the wall. And she goes into this group, but only men are being accepted into this group. So she wants to get in there, and she wants to fight her way in there, and she starts to annoy the group and like, I want to be in there, I want to be in there, I'm going to prove myself, I'm going to work myself in there. And she then secretly goes in to wash herself, and then she's surprised to see a lot of male genitalia while they are washing themselves. I'm like, and it literally across the page, it's like male genitalia, male genitalia. It was like, ah! I'm like,
Yeah.
no. And
Yeah.
a long ass list of issues. I haven't even touched the beginning. But yeah, this book was about to make me cry because it was so bad. And all the people were like, "Oh, it's so great." I'm like, "No, it's not. Go read ACOTAR and Game of Thrones and come back and tell me it's
Yeah.
good." But yeah, it was so bad. I'm sorry for going on a tangent like this. It's your fault,
I
Mo.
started you off.
Have you guys ever had a book that bad that makes you feel like
I don't think that bad.
Yeah, nothing compared to that.
And I feel like I haven't even explained how bad it is well. It's just, yeah, go watch my vlog on it or my see my review because
You have to now.
I feel really disappointed, sad when I don't like a book I've spent money on. I think I might start using my library for books I'm unsure I'll like when it opens again. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love my library. I'm always at the library.
Sadly, my library doesn't have a lot of the books that I want to read because a lot of the translations come out years later, and I want to read the original in English anyways, and then they only have a very limited selection. But if I can, I use the library. Are you a library guy, Mo?
I love the library. I've been going to the library since I was like 6 years old or something. So yeah, I think that's what obviously got me started in reading. Because I used to go to the library like on a Saturday, check out like 6 books, I think was the limit then, and then literally read them all like over the weekend, and then repeat the same thing like week in, week out. If you can imagine a little Mo doing that. And yes, I love the library. I'm a massive supporter of libraries. I moved house about 7 months ago, and so I've not been to this local library yet because obviously it's been shut, but I'm looking forward to checking it out when it opens. Yeah, but now, I mean, nowadays, luckily, I can just, if I really want a book, I can just go out and buy it. But I don't really tend to buy a lot of, I wait until I have like I always have like gift cards or Amazon vouchers or something. So I just use them up. But yeah, I love libraries.
All those fun childhood memories of libraries are the best. And I love that libraries make reading affordable for everyone.
Yeah.
So, usually when I DNF, I sometimes go back one time and try again when I'm at a different mindset. And if I didn't like it, it's gone for good. I tried reading The Hating Game 3 times, and I think that's a very good approach. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially if you get it shipped from the US for like a
God.
gazillion dollars.
Yeah.
I wouldn't like easily DNF if I've spent so much
Yeah.
money on books. I can understand why people found The Book Thief interesting. It was well written and different. It just wasn't for me. Yeah, I get that. And I think that's the beauty of books and the beauty of anything that people have opinions and experiences. Libraries are my happy place. My husband thinks I'm kidding when I say I fell in and lost track.
Yeah.
It's true though. I mean, it's same for bookshops as well. You can really lose track of time when you're in there. So,
Yeah, that's true. I don't think I've spent that much time in the library lately. I mean, outside of when the libraries were open, but I know that in the past I've actually sat in the library reading for a long ass time.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed now. Thank you for the sprints. Wouldn't have finished my book else. See you next Sunday. Thank you for being here, Kara.
Yeah.
Look forward to seeing you again next Sunday. What about the two of you? Do you are you about done? Do you want to do one more sprint?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pop off.
Yeah, I'm about done as well. I think I'm gonna call it a night.
I feel like okay, good. I'll go to sleep. Because I do, you know, when you're conflicted when you do want to continue reading, but you start getting sleepy
Yeah.
at that age, and I should stop. But if somebody just tickles me enough, I'm not gonna. You know, it's like you can lure me easily into reading more, but I shouldn't. Well, thanks for being here. I loved having you here. It was a lot of fun with you guys. I like bookshops, but it's a different feeling for me. The books are free at the library. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. And I feel like in the library, when books are read a couple of times, I feel like a used book, an in-use book, for some reason has more life and feel it's more loved. And there's something to
I love
that.
seeing when the last person checked it out and like how long it's been. And do you? I mean, I can't remember the last time I checked out a book. To be honest, do they still have like all the dates of when people have?
Mine don't.
Oh,
I was like,
is it all like electronic now or something?
Yeah, it goes off of the barcodes now. Sometimes mine will have like the little pocket at the front where you can put the receipt in, but there's no stamps of the dates anymore. For mine, I don't know about anywhere else.
No. I was just checking because I felt like I haven't seen that in ages, but then Germany is very, very strict on data protection, and I could not imagine Germany being like, oh, it's cool to have that information out there. That probably is some like data.
Usually it's just a date, not details, just a date of like stamped on.
Okay. See, it's so long ago. Like as a child, there was something, but I remember that in the school library there was something like that. But interesting enough, the books in our library mostly just have this now. It's like a white sticker, and it has some metal in it that then works. And I just put this whole stack on the electronic thingy and it recognizes.
Yeah.
I love that. It's like it's so cool that.
Yeah, my old uni library used to have that.
Also done for the day. It seems like a good place to stop then. Same here. It's either a barcode or RFID tag. Yeah. Ah, wonderful. Oh, I had a wonderful Sunday. A lot of things that I learned. A wonderful company to read. Finished. Well, not finished a book, but finished a lot of pages. I hope you guys feel accomplished too.
Yeah. Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you.
Anytime. I mean, Mo is pretty much here every other week, but Steph, you're always welcome too. Just say the word and you are invited. So yeah, I think we're going to finish this at this point. Thanks everyone who was watching and who was reading with us. It was wonderful. I love the company on a Sunday evening.
Yeah.
Hope to see you again. Well, next Sunday, but before that is the end of the month sprint. So every last day of the month, I have sprints on my channel. Same time with Mel from Completely Melanie, and I'm really looking forward to finishing my last books of the month. So if you want to join, then it's this time. It's Wednesday, right? Yeah, I think
Yeah.
31st Wednesday. And if not, see you again on next Sunday. So see you then. Thanks for
See you
being
later.
here.
Bye.
Before